Welcome, dear listener. Tonight, we invite you to join us on a gentle journey back through time to a place where history and legend softly entwine, the ancient city of Troy. This is a story not of swift battles or loud triumphs, but of quiet moments, slow rhythms, and the lives of those who once called this place home. Together, we will wander through the streets of Troy, feel the pulse of daily life, and listen to the whispers of a war remembered through ages. So find a comfortable place, breathe deeply, and let your mind drift slowly as we explore the softly glowing story of the Trojan War. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to subscribe and like the video, but only if you enjoy what I do here. And write in the comments from where you are and what time it is. Now turn off the lights and fan for the soft background hum. And let's get into the night journey together. Welcome once again, dear listener. Tonight, we begin our journey not with the clash of armies or the cries of mythic heroes, but with a quiet breath, a single step upon a dusty path winding through an ancient land. Let us travel, not hurriedly, but with patience, as if through a dream, to a place spoken of in hushed voices and long-remembered stories. This place is Troy, but not the Troy of war and fire. No, this is Troy as it might have been in life, full of gentle mornings, quiet work, and the daily pulse of an ancient city nestled by the sea. Let us begin. The land between the waters. Long ago, where the Aegean Sea meets the fertile plains of Anatolia, there stood a city. Surrounded by rolling hills and fed by the slow-moving Scamander River, this place would one day be known as Troy. The land here was generous. It offered thick groves of olive trees, fields of barley and wheat that swayed gently in the breeze, and freshwater springs that bubbled softly from the earth. To the west, the sea stretched wide and shimmering, not loud or stormy, but steady and vast, like the ticking of time. Wooden boats rocked gently in small harbors, their sails furled, waiting for the next quiet voyage. The people of Troy, if we imagine them not as characters of epic but as real, breathing souls, lived in tune with these natural rhythms. They knew the patterns of the wind, the seasons of the fields, and the language of the soil beneath their feet. It is in such a place, rich in resources, common beauty, that a city might grow. Slowly, patiently, built stone by stone, the walls of Troy. The walls of Troy, those mighty barriers so often spoken of in legend, were not simply monuments to power. They were guardians of peace. Constructed with care from great blocks of stone, they rose in soft tiers along the slopes of the hill. Moss grew in their crevices. Vines climbed where hands had not reached in years. On sunny days, lizards basked on the warm stones, undisturbed by time. Each gate had its own name, each tower its own watchman. But these towers did not ring with alarms. More often, they served as quiet lookouts from which one might watch the slow shifting of clouds, or the twinkling lights of faraway ships. Within these walls, life unfolded not in grand flourishes, but in simple, enduring patterns. The homes and streets. Troy's homes were crafted from mud, brick, and stone, sturdy against the sea winds and summer heat. Roofs were flat and practical, often covered with drying herbs, woven mats, or sun-warmed linen. The streets of Troy were narrow and winding, not planned with symmetry, but grown like branches from the city's center. Along these paths, children played with little wooden toys, chasing one another through dust and sunlight. Potters sat at their wheels in shaded alcoves, shaping soft clay into jars and bowls. The sound of turning wheels and soft humming could be heard in the quieter corners of the city. Vendors sold figs, nuts, and goat cheese in the marketplace, their voices low and familiar. Each morning, the scent of baking flatbread drifted on the breeze, mingling with rosemary and smoke. Every doorway had its charm, a clay amulet, a small painting of a sea god, or a garland of flowers left by a child's hand. There was music, too, not performed, but lived. The tapping of sandals on stone, the clink of amphorae, the soft calls between neighbors. The people of Troy. The people of Troy. How easy it is to imagine them as faceless masses in ancient tales. But in truth, they were as real as you or I, each with worries, joys, and routines that anchored them to the day. Farmers rose before the sun. With quiet resolve, they tended their fields, spoke to their oxen in low tones, and watched the sky for signs of rain. Artisans crafted tools with calm precision, bone needles, bronze blades, stone beads strung together in slow, careful rhythm. Mothers hushed babies with lullabies now long forgotten, rocking gently in doorways as the sun faded over the western hills. Priests lit incense in small shrines, speaking softly to gods with names that still echo in poetry: Apollo, Athena, Artemis. But here, in Troy, the gods were not distant forces of war. They were guardians of harvests, of rivers, of the changing moon. In the evenings, as the city dimmed, families gathered by flickering oil lamps. Bread was shared. Old tales were told again, not as history, but as a comforting thread binding past to present. Troy did not stand alone. It was part of a wider world, a web of cities and ports, hills and islands, each connected by boats and by memory. Merchants came from Mycenae, Crete, and beyond, bringing amber from the north, tin from the west, and stories from distant lands. These visits were not hurried affairs. A merchant might spend weeks in Troy, lodging with a local family, sharing meals, exchanging quiet wisdom. The city was a place of blending languages, customs, and faces all mingling beneath its gates. A fisherman's child might grow up speaking two tongues, knowing both the tides and the tales of faraway deserts. Even the architecture reflected this harmony: Minoan columns beside Anatolian carvings, Cypriot pots alongside Hittite seals. A city of many voices, all humming softly beneath the sun. The sea was always near. At night, its song could be heard through open windows, a gentle rhythm, constant and timeless. Sailors learned to read the wind from the scent of the air and the tilt of the stars. From the rooftops, one might look out across the dark waters and see the lights of other ships, not enemies, but fellow travelers. Above, the sky told its own quiet story. Constellations that we still know today were watched by Trojan eyes. Orion rising before dawn, the Pleiades drifting toward winter. Children learned their names slowly, from grandparents who sat beside them on cool evenings, pointing upward with patient hands. Perhaps what is most poignant about imagining Troy in this way is knowing that, for many years, it lived in peace. Whatever war would come, it had not yet arrived. There were warnings, perhaps strange dreams, omens in the flight of birds. But for most of Troy's people, life continued gently. There is a quiet tragedy in this, not a loud, sudden one, but a slow sadness, like autumn creeping into summer. To those who woke each morning to the same golden light, the idea of war must have felt distant, unreal. For them, Troy was not a legend, but simply home. And now we remember Troy not through ruins alone, but through stories. Not just Homer's Iliad, but countless versions told around hearths, passed from tongue to tongue in faraway villages. Troy has become a place of memory, half real and half imagined. A city we feel we know, even if we cannot trace each stone or name every king. And in this memory, there is something peaceful. Because even if the walls crumbled and the city fell, there was once a morning in Troy where someone watched the sunrise and felt safe. There was once a night where laughter drifted from open windows and the stars shone quietly above. And in remembering those moments, soft and unrecorded, we honor not just the legend, but the life. This, dear listener, is how we begin our story of Troy, not with war, but with a whisper, with the daily breath of a city long gone, yet still glowing faintly in the silence of the past. Let this quiet vision settle around you. Let your breath slow with the tide. For tonight, we sleep not in the shadow of heroes, but in the gentle embrace of a city that once lived and once dreamed beside the sea. The world in which Troy existed was older than the stories that would later be told about it. It was a world shaped by wind and water, by slow trade and steady hands. It was a time known to us as the Bronze Age, though the people who lived through it had no such name for their era. For them, it was simply life, lived season to season, marked by the harvest and the stars, by the shaping of metal and the gathering of stories around quiet hearths. If we close our eyes, we can imagine it, a time before iron, before coins, before empires stretched their arms across entire continents. a time when cities were still small enough to be known by every voice and face within their walls, a time when the sea was the great road and the wind was the only engine. The Bronze Age began slowly, more than 5,000 years ago. It did not sweep across the world with sudden change, but crept in, like morning mist over the hills. It came with the discovery that copper, soft and useful though it was, could be transformed, hardened with tin, melted together to make bronze. A stronger metal, a sharper edge, a new kind of future. And so, people began to craft. They shaped tools for plowing, blades for hunting, nails for boats. They created chisels to carve wood and needles to stitch leather. The Bronze Age was not born in the clamor of conquest, but in the steady, rhythmic tap of the smith's hammer. And it brought with it quiet revolutions in agriculture, in trade, in the way people built their homes and told their stories. Across the eastern Mediterranean, cities began to bloom. Some were ringed by stone walls, others by nothing more than the natural curve of hills and rivers. There were places like Mycenae, where rulers dwelled in high palaces painted with brilliant colors. There were island ports like Knossos and Phaistos, where Minoan artists carved dolphins and lilies into the plaster of their homes. There were mountain towns where people lived in simple huts, close to the land, and coastal harbors where sails unfurled every morning, carrying goods and hopes across the water. Troy was one such place, not alone, not isolated, but part of a great, quiet web of connections. Bronze Age life was not fast, but it was far-reaching. From the highlands of central Anatolia came metals and stone. From the Nile, papyrus and perfumes. From the forests of the north, amber washed down rivers and across markets. And all along the Aegean, small ships creaked slowly between islands, laden with jars of olive oil, bundles of dyed wool, and pottery etched with swirling patterns, waves, spirals, the rhythm of the sea captured in clay. These ships were not grand or swift. They were narrow, made from bentwood and tarred rope. Their sails caught the wind when it came, and when it did not, men rowed with patience and strength. Sailors slept beneath the stars, wrapped in woolen cloaks, listening to the water lap gently against the hull. In their world, there were no maps as we know them, but there was memory. The sea was known through stories and the shape of coastlines, the smell of certain islands, the way birds flew at dusk. A sailor knew his route by watching the sun's path, by reading the curve of the clouds, by trusting in the same rhythms passed down from his father and his father's father before him. Trade was not only the movement of objects, but of people and ideas. A pot made in Cyprus might end up in a home in Troy. A song sung in Crete might echo in the fields of Thessaly. The Bronze Age world was a quiet kind of global, not in scale, but in spirit. A shared language of goods, colors, and myths. Stories began to blend. Gods took on new names and foreign tongues, and cultures touched each other not with swords, but with open hands. In the cities of the Bronze Age, life had its own pace. Most people lived in modest homes, built of mud brick and timber. The roofs were flat, and the rooms were few. Meals were simple, bread from barley or emmer wheat, lentils stewed with herbs, olives, figs, cheese made from sheep's milk. Meat was rare, reserved for special occasions or offered to the gods. Water was drawn from wells, carried home in clay jars shaped by the potter's wheel, a new invention, spinning silently in dusty workshops. The people worked with what they had. Women spun wool and flax, dyed cloth with the purple of sea snails or the brown of walnut husks. Men crafted tools, built boats, tended flocks. Children chased each other through courtyards, played with carved figurines, and learned to mimic the tasks of their elders. Elders themselves sat in the shade, sharing stories that passed on wisdom more enduring than walls. There were no clocks. Time was marked by light and sound, the crow of a rooster, the golden angle of afternoon sun, the way shadows stretched long before evening. People rose with the sun and slept when the fire grew low. Seasons were measured not by calendars, but by the flowering of trees, the return of migrating birds, the pattern of stars overhead. Religion was woven into every thread of life. The gods were not distant, but close, living in rivers and stones, speaking through wind and thunder. Shrines dotted the landscape, a carved figure beneath a tree, a flat stone smeared with oil. Offerings were simple: a piece of bread, a splash of wine, a whispered hope. In larger cities, temples rose in soft grandeur. Pillars painted with ochre and blue. Walls covered in frescoes of bulls, of birds, of women dancing in wide skirts. But even here, devotion was not grandiose. It was quiet. A prayer murmured by a doorway. A mother tracing a symbol over her child's brow. A fisherman tossing the first catch back to the sea. And then there were the palaces, centers of both wealth and administration. Mycenaean rulers, known to later Greeks as wanaks, lived in large, fortified complexes. These were not palaces of luxury alone, but places of storage, taxation, and record-keeping. Scribes pressed symbols into damp clay, lists of grain, of workers, of sheep and goats owed to the temples. These symbols were not yet Greek, but an earlier script known as Linear B, the language of a world slowly learning how to write its memory. But for most, the palace was distant. Life unfolded in the home, in the field, in the slow dance of days. It is in this world that Troy lived, a city on a hill, between river and sea. It shared in this greater rhythm. It hosted traders, welcomed foreign ships, and watched the same constellations drift slowly overhead. To its east lay the open plains, dry in summer, soft in spring. To its west, the sea that led to distant lands. And all around, the smells of warm earth, of crushed herbs, of smoke curling from simple chimneys at dawn. This was not a world without hardship. There were droughts and famine and sudden storms. There were bandits on lonely roads and illnesses with no name. But still, life endured. It endured because it was rooted in family, in ritual, in the certainty of cycles, day and night, sun and moon, sowing and harvest. The people of the Bronze Age, like us, told stories. They told them around fires, while spinning wool, while mending nets. Stories of great hunts, of clever animals, of gods who wept and laughed and danced. These stories were not just entertainment. They were guides, mirrors, songs to carry through the dark. One story, perhaps just a whisper in those days, told of a city called Troy, of a woman whose beauty launched ships, of warriors who sailed across the sea, of a wooden horse and a city that burned. But if those stories were known, they were still soft, still forming. The war, if it happened, had not yet been shaped into legend. The world of the Bronze Age was nearing its twilight, though no one yet knew it. Within a few centuries, cities would fall, palaces would be abandoned, writing would vanish for a time. But in Troy's moment, there was still peace, still sunlight on the fields, still the sound of children laughing in alleyways, and old men watching the sea with tired, thoughtful eyes. It is easy, looking back, to think only of what would come, of the war, the poems, the ruins. But to understand Troy, we must first understand its world. A world not of violence, but of daily life. A world not of heroes, but of humans. And in that quiet humanity, there is something enduring. The Bronze Age was not only the age of bronze. It was the age of memory, of rhythm, of patience. It was the soft breath of history before it learned to speak aloud. And in that hush, Troy stood. Let us remember it not as a place destined to fall, but as a world that once simply was complete, calm, and deeply, beautifully alive. As we drift deeper into the story of Troy, we come now to the beginnings of the war itself, or, perhaps more accurately, to the slow unfolding of events that would later be woven into a tale of destiny, betrayal, and the long shadow of ruin. But war, in the ancient world, did not always begin with banners and declarations. It did not always begin with a cry. More often, it crept like mist, softly, without warning, carried on the backs of misunderstandings, ambitions, and quiet misgivings left to simmer just beneath the surface of ordinary days. When we speak of the Trojan War, we speak not only of what happened, but of how the ancients came to understand it. Not just as a conflict of nations, but as a turning point in the way people saw the world, a moment when myth met memory, and the calm waters of everyday life began to ripple. Let us return, slowly, to that world. The people of the Bronze Age lived among gods. Their temples rose beside their homes. Their prayers wove through every meal, every journey, every hour of work beneath the sun. The divine was not distant. It was woven into the very fabric of living. And so, when something important occurred, a storm without cause, a child born under a strange star, a war that seemed to shake the very ground, they looked to the gods. Not for blame, necessarily, but for understanding, for pattern, for reason in a world that did not yet have history as we know it. The Trojan War, as remembered in the old tales, begins not in Troy or in Greece, but in heaven, or at least in the realm of the gods. It begins, we are told, with a wedding. The sea nymph Thetis, known for her beauty and grace, was to marry the mortal Peleus. All the gods were invited to the celebration, a grand affair with golden cups and music that drifted across the clouds, all the gods, that is, except one. Eris, the goddess of discord, was not welcomed. And so, in quiet defiance, she left a gift, a single apple, golden, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." What followed was not a battle of swords, but a rivalry of glances and whispers. 3 goddesses stepped forward: Hera, queen of the heavens; Athena, goddess of wisdom and war; and Aphrodite, goddess of love. Each believed herself the fairest, each wished for the apple. None would yield. To settle the matter, they turned to a mortal judge, Paris, Prince of Troy. Imagine him now, not the warrior of later poems, but a young man raised in the quiet hills beyond the city, perhaps more at home with sheep and birdsong than with crowns and prophecy. The gods came to him in secret, each offering a gift. Hera promised him power, dominion over kings and empires. Athena offered wisdom, the knowledge of all things, the skill to lead in war and peace. Aphrodite offered love, not just any love, but the heart of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris chose Aphrodite, and with that choice, softly spoken, perhaps even with trembling hands, the spark was struck. The woman he was promised was Helen, queen of Sparta, wife of King Menelaus. And whether by persuasion or by force, by magic or by desire, she went with Paris to Troy. And so, the stories say, the war began. But let us pause here, for behind these grand names and shining gifts lie real questions, human questions. What causes a war? What moves one kingdom to strike against another? Is it ever only one thing? Or is it a slow gathering of moments? Years of rivalry, trade disputes, shifting loyalties, the ambitions of men who whisper in corridors and count ships in their harbors? Helen may have been the symbol, but she was not the only reason. Greece and Troy, or rather, the many kingdoms of the Aegean and the stronghold at Hizarlik, may have competed for trade routes, for access to the rich waters of the Black Sea, for control of the straits through which ships moved grain, metals, and cloth. Small insults can carry great weight when power is involved. A broken alliance, a stolen treasure, a failed negotiation, all these can matter more than they seem. And yet, the old stories preserve the human heart of the matter. A prince, a queen, and a choice. Let us imagine, for a moment, the city of Troy on the evening Helen arrived. The sun has set. Lamps flicker in the doorways. The walls stand high and silent. In the great halls, nobles murmur in concern. Some frown, others smile. Outside, life goes on. The baker turns off his oven. The shepherd counts his flock. The people do not yet know that their lives have changed. A foreign woman walks the halls, her face calm, her eyes unreadable. She may be troubled. She may be in love. She may be neither. We do not know. The myths are loud with judgment, but real life is often quieter. Across the sea, in Sparta, Menelaus returns to find his queen gone. He is not just a husband. He is a king. And her departure, whether betrayal or abduction, is not a private grief. It is a political wound. Word spreads, slow but certain. Ships are readied. Messages sent. Allies called upon. A coalition begins to form, led by Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, Menelaus' brother. And still, Troy waits. Perhaps the people believe it will pass, a skirmish, a ransom, a diplomatic quarrel. The Great War, after all, has not yet begun. In fields beyond the city, oxen continue to plow. In workshops, the wheel still spins. Children still run through the alleys, laughing at games older than memory. But change is coming, steady as a tide. Across the Aegean, ships are gathering. Black-sailed, narrow, crewed by men who have left their farms and hearths behind. Among them, warriors who will later become myth: Odysseus, clever and unwilling; Achilles, bright as the dawn and doomed to die young; Ajax, huge and solemn; Nestor, old and wise. But here, they are not yet stories. They're just men, hungry, restless, uncertain. They gather at Aulis, where the wind refuses to blow. Here, the stories pause for a moment of stillness, a fleet held in place by nature itself. Days pass, supplies dwindle, tempers rise. And then, a sacrifice is demanded, a life for a wind. Agamemnon, it is said, offers his daughter Iphigenia. Whether the tale is true or myth, it speaks to a deeper truth that war is born not only of choice, but of cost. That behind every army is a trail of sorrow, quiet and unmarked. At last, the wind changes. The ships set sail. And Troy, still quiet beneath its towers, watches the sea. The horizon darkens with sails. And the war, the long and patient war, begins not with thunder, but with the slow approach of oars against water. The spark has taken root. And still, within the city walls, life continues for now. The market opens at dawn. Bakers knead dough with practiced hands. Young lovers whisper beneath awnings. A priest lights incense at a shrine to Apollo. And somewhere, perhaps in the palace, Paris and Helen sit together in silence, the sea breeze curling through the open windows, carrying the scent of salt and the sound of distant waves. They do not yet know the shape of what they have begun, nor do the men on the ships, sharpening their blades by firelight. For no one knows, in the first days of war, just how long it will last. Only the gods, if they are watching, are silent. The war had begun. The ships had landed. The Achaeans, Greeks, as we often call them now, had set up their camps on the shores beyond the plains. The men came with spears and shields, with chariots and black sails, and above all, with the intention of bringing Troy to its knees. But war, as we so often forget, is not always movement. It is often waiting. The Trojan War, if we follow the traditions, lasted 10 years. 10 long years of siege, of stillness and tension, of slow unraveling and long anticipation. And while poets have sung of the duels, the gods, and the wooden horse, there was another story unfolding beneath those great legends, a quieter one. The story of everyday life. Let us turn our gaze there. Imagine Troy during the siege not as a place of constant battle, but as a city learning to live under shadow. A city where the rhythms of daily life continued, interrupted but not erased. A city that endured. The walls, once mostly ceremonial, now became essential. Guards walked their length at all hours, not in haste, but in weary routine. They watched the camps on the plain below, saw the flickering fires at night, heard the echoing sounds of distant drills and shouted commands. But often, there was silence. Inside the city, the people adjusted. They mended roofs, repaired wells, stored grain in deep, cool cellars. The markets no longer bustled with imported goods, but still opened each day. Fish caught from the river and sea were sold beside lentils and onions. The spices may have run thin, but the hearth still burned. The bakers rose before dawn. Their ovens, set into the city's stonework, still filled the morning air with the smell of warm bread. Children, quieter now, lined up with clay plates and wide eyes, waiting for a crust to chew on. Mothers bargained gently, with fewer coins and softer voices. Every family had someone gone, a son, a father, a cousin. The warriors of Troy did not all live within the palace walls. Most were farmers, tradesmen, shepherds. They wore their bronze armor only when summoned, and when the war began, many left their homes to live in the barracks near the gates. But some returned between battles to check on families, to rest aching limbs. A wife might set out a basin of water. A child might help remove a greave, a helmet. These were quiet moments, full of little silences, glances that said more than words. The palace, too, had changed. Once a place of courtly elegance, it now functioned as a fortress. The royal family met not only to celebrate, but to plan, to distribute supplies, to send messages through secret routes, to gather intelligence about the Greek encampments. But even in the palace, life persisted. Servants swept the corridors. Musicians still played at night, though the music was softer, more melancholic. Helen, so often blamed, so often romanticized, likely lived here, under watchful eyes, her days filled with cautious solitude. She may have embroidered, as noble women often did, stitching patterns into linen by candlelight. She may have walked the palace gardens now overgrown, but still fragrant with thyme and myrtle. She may have spoken little or often, depending on whom she trusted. Her days, like the city's, were neither heroic nor idle. They were lived. Outside the palace, in the quieter quarters of the city, families adjusted to new routines. Some had taken in relatives from the countryside, families who had fled when the Greek army landed. Homes were crowded now, beds shared, meals stretched. Yet there was resilience. Women gathered in courtyards to grind grain, to braid hair, to sing lullabies whose words are now lost to time. Elderly men, no longer fit for war, tended rooftop gardens or carved charms to protect against misfortune. Children, always inventive, created games from broken tiles, from pebbles, from loops of string. There were fears, of course. Fear of breach, of starvation, of what might happen if the walls fell. But fear does not silence life. It shapes it. The temples remained open. Offerings were still made, not with lavish gifts, but with small gestures. A piece of bread, a strand of wool, a whispered prayer. The gods were needed more than ever now. Some prayed to Athena for wisdom, others to Apollo for healing. The priests burned incense in small clay bowls, the smoke curling into the rafters like the breath of memory. At the edge of the city, near the northern gate, there was a well, old and deep. Here, women still came in the early hours to draw water. They wrapped their heads in linen against the sun and moved carefully over the uneven stones. Their buckets creaked, their hands grew calloused. They did not speak much, but their presence, their endurance, was its own quiet song. Beyond the walls, in the Greek encampment, the siege wore on. The Achaeans had built their own city of tents and huts along the shoreline. Ships were pulled inland, dragged onto the sand and repurposed as walls or storage. Fires smoked all day and night, cooking stew from salted meat and barley. The men drilled, sparred, argued, sang. They passed the time in competitions, wrestling, racing, throwing discus. Some carved little figures from driftwood. Others played dice or told stories from home. They waited. Between the two sides, the plain stretched, wide and empty. Sometimes, a duel was fought. A single combat between champions, watched from the walls and the camp ramparts. These moments were rare. Most days, there was only the sound of the wind. And the watch continued. On some evenings, the Trojans gathered on the rooftops to look out at the sea. They could see the flicker of Greek fires, hear the echo of distant song not of conquest, but of homesickness. Songs of mothers, of vineyards, of rivers flowing through other lands. Perhaps, in those moments, the distance between enemy and neighbor grew strangely thin. Some Trojans believed the war would end soon, that a ransom would be paid, that the Greeks would tire and return home. Others feared it would never end, that it would stretch on until the city wore itself down from within. But all knew that they had no choice but to endure. There were losses. Men who never returned from the gates. A tower struck by fire. A secret tunnel discovered and sealed. But these were not daily tragedies. They came in waves, then faded, leaving a silence behind. And yet, through it all, Troy remained. The sun still rose. The bells still rang for gatherings. The loom still turned, weaving cloth for temple offerings and winter cloaks. The grain stores were watched carefully, the wells guarded. The children taught how to listen for the alarm, just in case. It is easy, now, to imagine Troy is doomed. But they did not feel doomed. They felt weary, resilient, determined. And as the siege wore on, as the seasons turned, spring to summer, summer to autumn, the city adapted. New songs were sung, soft and sad, but beautiful. New bonds were formed between neighbors, between old families and new arrivals. Some lovers married quietly despite the war. Some children were born. Their first cries mingled with the low hum of a city learning how to live beneath the weight of waiting. The war was not only fought with bronze and fire. It was also fought with patience, with routine, with the daily act of continuing. And when we think of Troy, not the Troy of the poets, but the Troy that truly was, let us remember these quiet lives. The women drawing water, the boys learning to carve wood, the old men mending sandals, the priestesses lighting lamps. Let us remember the rooftop gardens still blooming in defiance, the songs sung at dusk, the small smiles exchanged in passing in spite of everything. For in these details we find the soul of the city, not in the warriors nor the walls, but in the courage to carry on. And so we arrive at the twilight of Troy, not a sudden nightfall, not a crash or a cry, but a slow dimming, as if the city, once golden beneath the sun, were quietly drawing a veil over its own story. For 9 long years, the city had endured. Its walls stood tall, its people adapted. The siege had become a strange kind of routine, a rhythm of vigilance, of repairs, of whispered hope. But all things, even those carved in stone, must change. The end, when it came, was not a grand charge or a final, glorious stand. It came softly, cleverly, disguised. The old stories tell us of a horse, wooden, immense, standing alone in the plain where once the Achaean army had camped. The Greeks, it seemed, had vanished. Their ships gone, their fires cold. The war, it appeared, was over. The horse stood silent, its surface smooth, the wood freshly cut and gleaming faintly in the sun. It was unlike anything the Trojans had seen, part offering, part enigma. Some said it was a gift to Athena, left in tribute. Others warned of trickery. There were debates in the palace halls, behind heavy doors. Should they bring it inside the city? Should they burn it? Leave it where it stood? One voice, clear and solemn, spoke against it, Laocoon, a priest of the old ways. He warned them to beware of Greeks bearing gifts. But his words were not heeded. In some tales, serpents rose from the sea and silenced him, as if even the gods had chosen their side. And so, the gates were opened. The great horse was hauled through the streets, its belly hollow, its frame groaning on wooden wheels. It passed through the gates with ceremony. Children watched in wonder. Musicians played. Citizens cheered. The war, they believed, was finally over. That night, they feasted. After years of rationed grain and silent evenings, there was music, laughter, spilled wine. The city glowed with relief. Lamps were lit in every window. Songs, once muted, rose into the air again. People danced. In the palace, cups were raised. Helen, perhaps, allowed herself a quiet smile, though no one could have known what lay in her heart. Paris, too, may have sighed with strange satisfaction, the weight of years lifting slightly from his shoulders. Old warriors, now gray, embraced their grandchildren. Young ones planned weddings delayed by war. Even the guards, long tense and watchful, relaxed. And above the city, the horse stood in silence. Within it, hidden behind carefully constructed panels, crouched a group of Greek soldiers, the finest, the boldest. They did not speak. They did not move. They waited. When midnight came, and the streets lay still beneath the moon, they acted. They emerged from the wooden belly like shadows unfolding. One by one, they lowered themselves to the ground and opened the gates for the army, which had not left at all, but hidden behind a nearby island, sailing back under cover of darkness. The rest, as they say, is tragedy. The Greeks entered a sleeping city. What followed was not a battle, but a sack, swift, brutal, merciless. Fires were lit, doors broken, lives ended in silence or in cries that echoed off stone. And yet, let us not rush through this moment. Let us linger, gently, in the sorrow. Imagine the narrow streets where laughter had just returned, the shutters swinging in a night breeze, the clay lamps still burning in small windows, the scent of rosemary from a garden, crushed under hurried feet, a child waking to the sound of footsteps, unfamiliar and fast, a mother reaching for her baby, a man rising from sleep with no time to arm himself. The fire moved quickly. Smoke rose in soft coils, drifting into the dawn. The sky began to pale, turning gray above the rooftops as the sun returned to his city changed. In the palace, chaos reigned. Priam, the king, once noble and proud, was cut down at the altar of his gods. His son, Paris, fell not long after. Cassandra, the cursed prophetess, was dragged away, her warnings now bitter echoes in empty halls. And Helen, whose name had been spoken for years as both blame and longing, watched as the city fell around her. Some say she was reclaimed by Menelaus, returned to Sparta as if nothing had passed. Others say she faded quietly into obscurity, her beauty now a burden rather than a crown. The city burned, and yet, even as Troy was undone, the quiet endurance of its people did not vanish. Some survived. They fled through hidden passages, over the walls, into the hills beyond the plain, carrying children, relics, small bundles of grain. They were the ones who would keep the memory of Troy alive, not in victory, but in remembrance. In time, the fires died. The Greeks departed, their ships laden with spoils. Some returned home to kingdoms that no longer remembered them. Some were lost at sea. Some, like Odysseus, wandered for years, unable to find peace. The plain where Troy had stood became quiet once more. Grass grew where markets had bustled. The gates, broken and blackened, crumbled with the rains. Wind moved through empty rooms, stirring the ash. The city became a ruin, a memory, and yet it was never truly forgotten. Travelers would stop and ask, "Is this the place? Did it happen here?" And old men would nod, pointing to stones half buried in the earth, saying, "That was Troy." Poets came next. They took the bones of history and clothed them in verse. They gave names to the fallen, shaped their fates, breathed greatness into their suffering. And the story of Troy, once lived in flesh and dust, became immortal in ink and song. But what remains most powerful, most haunting, is not the blaze of its fall, but the lives that filled it before. The mother lighting her lamp, the child learning to walk, the merchant selling dates in the square, the priest whispering prayers to the morning sun, the old woman weaving beside her door. These were the soul of Troy, and though the war has long since ended, and the city has long since vanished beneath soil and time, those lives, their quiet courage, remain. Because history is not just what happens in the final hour. It is everything that comes before. The waiting, the endurance, the soft breath of life lived between two moments of legend. So let us remember Troy not as a ruin, not as a symbol, but as a city that once dreamed, that once laughed, that once listened to the sea. And in doing so, let us honor the quiet, enduring heart that beats beneath every story, even those shaped by war. Long after the war's last arrow was loosed, long after the ships pulled from the shore and disappeared into the pale horizon, the silence remained. Not a peaceful silence, but the kind that lingers when voices have been lost. Troy had fallen, yes, but more deeply, something else had broken, something that could not be rebuilt with stone or soot or time. It was the silence of absence, the echo of the fallen. The names once spoken around the hearth were now spoken to the wind, or whispered over folded garments never worn again. The shields once carried proudly to the gate now hung above doors as silent relics, reminders, not of victory, but of sacrifice. The cost of war was not just measured in the collapse of walls, but in the slow unraveling of households, in the space left at the table, in the sin of a tunic still hanging where its owner had placed it 10 years ago. Among the women of Troy, the mothers, the sisters, the wives, mourning had no calendar. There was no day that signaled it was time to stop grieving. They continued on, tending gardens, baking bread, speaking softly to children, but always with a part of them turned inward, listening for footsteps that would never return. On quiet mornings, the old priest of Apollo walked slowly among the shrines, lighting oil in small lamps carved from clay. One by one, he called the names of the young men he had once blessed before battle. He paused over each flickering flame, as though waiting to hear an answer. The city, though broken, still breathed. And in that breath, grief was carried like smoke, invisible but ever present. In the ruins of the palace courtyard, a woman knelt in the early dawn, her hands moving through the dust. She was arranging stones, smooth river stones, in the shape of a name. No one asked her whose. They all had their own. A few streets away, a boy just on the cusp of manhood found his father's dagger tucked behind a beam in the loft. He held it for a long time in his hands, not with the thrill of a child discovering a weapon, but with the quiet weight of someone touching the last remnant of someone lost. War had no favorites. The Greeks, too, mourned. On the distant shores of Mycenae, of Ithaca, of Argos, the same rituals unfolded. A mother leaned over a cold hearth, stirring nothing. A brother carried a bow that would never be strung again. A stone was placed on a cairn, in a place where the grass had grown high around the name. There had been glory in some eyes. Songs were sung, tales told. But in the spaces between those verses, there was silence. Deep, heavy silence. For each Achilles, there was a Patroclus. For each Hector, a young son without a father. For each death sung in heroic meter, there were countless unrecorded. Names never carved, voices never remembered. Yet they lingered, in gestures, in habits, in the way a man glanced toward the horizon each morning, just in case. In time, altars were raised, not to the victorious, but to the remembered. At the edge of a village in Thrace, a grandmother left a bowl of barley each year beneath the old olive tree, whispering her grandson's name into the roots. In the mountains of Arcadia, shepherds tied red ribbons to their staffs for a friend who had never returned. No heralds recorded these acts. No poems recited them, but they were just as sacred. Even the wind, it seemed, carried memories. On some evenings, when the sea was calm, those walking the old paths would pause and say, "Did you hear that?" A voice. A familiar step. The sound of someone long gone. Perhaps the dead do speak. Not in words, but in the rustle of leaves, in the creak of floorboards, in dreams that come unbidden in the quiet hours before dawn. It is said that Andromache, wife of Hector, lived many years after the war. Captive at first, then a queen in a foreign land. But she never forgot the shape of the walls of Troy, or the exact way the sun touched her husband's brow at dusk. Each evening, she lit a lamp and placed it in her window, no matter where she lived. Not because she thought he would return, but because love, once kindled, continues to burn even when the world goes dark. And so the fallen were never entirely gone. Their sandals remained by the doors. Their names were spoken over cups of watered wine. Their faces, half forgotten, reappeared in the tilt of a child's brow or the sound of a laugh echoing through a courtyard. In memory, they lived. And memory, slow, fragile, but persistent, became the sacred ground on which life began again. When we think of Troy, we often hear the clash of bronze, the cry of warriors, the thunder of chariots upon the plain. The poets gave us names: Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, Agamemnon, and filled our minds with duels and destinies. But within the city walls, and beyond the battlefield, another story unfolded. A quieter one, woven not with swords, but with thread, carried not in shields, but in hands that gathered grain, nursed children, and lit the lamps of morning. The story of the women of Troy. They are seldom given voice in the great epics. Their names, if spoken at all, are wrapped in sorrow: Cassandra, Andromache, Hecuba, Helen. But behind them were hundreds, thousands more, unremembered by history, but never forgotten by those who shared their homes. Let us walk slowly through their world. It is morning in Troy, the sun soft on the stone streets, the air cool with the scent of dust and myrtle. Women step from their homes in silence, baskets at their hips. They are wrapped in linen, faces calm. Some carry children, others carry water from the well. Their movements are practiced, measured, woven into the life of the city itself. Before the siege, they might have laughed more easily. They might have sung while washing clothes in the river, exchanging gossip beside the dye vats. But during the war, everything changed, not all at once, but in steady, quiet shifts. The markets grew quiet. The spices vanished. The salt grew scarce. The cost of fish rose with every season. And yet, the women adapted. They made do with fewer herbs, found clever ways to stretch flour. They boiled lentils with wild greens, baked bread from millet. They learned to preserve what little remained, tucking it away for leaner days. And when the days grew long and anxious, they sang, not loudly, but in low, slow melodies passed down from mother to daughter. Lullabies filled with old names, prayers spoken in rhythm with the rocking of cradles. They tended the wounded, not just those returned from battle, but the old who fell ill, the young who cried from fear. Their hands were often stained, with herbs, with oils, with the red of blood. They stitched wounds. They laid cloths over fevered brows. They watched through the night while others slept. Their homes became shelters, their doorways, thresholds between the known and the uncertain. And still they endured. Cassandra, daughter of Priam, walked the halls of the palace like a shadow. Her voice, touched by prophecy, often went unheeded. But the women listened. They sat with her in the temple and watched the tremble of her fingers. They did not need omens. They knew what war would bring. They had already seen it in the silence of their husbands' eyes. Andromache, wife of Hector, moved through the nursery with quiet grace. She bathed her son Astyanax in warm water, wrapped him in soft cloth, and whispered to him of fields he might never see. She taught him the names of birds, the colors of the sky. She did not speak of battle, only of life. In the high rooms of the palace, Queen Hecuba lit candles each evening, one for each of her sons, her daughters, her grandchildren. Some still lived. Others she did not know. The candles flickered in long rows, reflections dancing across the polished floor. She did not cry, not in front of others. She simply sat with the flames. And Helen, the cause of it all, some said, walked the gardens in silence. Her beauty, once praised in songs, now seemed a burden. She touched the petals of blooming narcissus, as if remembering another place, another time. Perhaps she regretted, perhaps not. But like the others, she stayed. And what of the women whose names we do not know? The weavers, bent over their looms by lamplight. The healers, tending to those whom even the gods had forgotten. The girls who grew into womanhood with the siege as their cradle. The grandmothers who remembered the city as it once was, full of color, of trade, of celebration. They did not fight with bronze. They fought with presence. Each morning they rose. They chose to continue. They whispered stories over empty cradles. They kissed the foreheads of children too young to understand fear. They stood at the walls and stared down at the Greek camp, not with hatred, but with exhaustion. They carried the city. When Troy fell, it was they who suffered most. The men died quickly. The warriors fell with their weapons. But the women remained, as captives, as widows, as spoils. Some were taken by the Greeks, some thrown from the walls, some forced into silence. But even then, their voices survived. In lament, in mourning songs sung in strange lands, in lullabies whispered in foreign tongues, in stories told around small fires, where a woman would say, once, long ago, I lived in a city of towers, a city by the sea. And in that remembering, Troy lived on. Some of the women became queens in new kingdoms. Others served in distant temples. Others simply faded into time, but never truly vanished. For memory does not require a monument, only a voice. Even now, when we read the old stories, we can feel them, between the lines, in the spaces between war and silence. A hand brushing a child's hair. A bowl passed around a fire. A song, low and lilting, echoing down a ruined corridor. This is the legacy of the women of Troy, not forgotten, only quiet. And in quiet, we often find the deepest truths. When Troy burned, not all perished in its flames. In the silence that followed the fall, when the noise of battle had faded, when the looters had gone, when the fire smoldered to ash, some moved through the city like ghosts. Not warriors, but survivors. Among them was Aeneas, a prince of the royal house, but not of the ruling line. A cousin of Hector. A warrior, yes, but not the brightest, not the most glorious. His name was not sung by bards around the Achaean fires. He was not pursued by prophecy, not yet. He was a man with a father to protect, a son to carry, and a choice to make. to remain, or to leave. And when the gods whispered, some say it was Aphrodite, his mother, he listened. He did not choose escape out of cowardice. He chose it because he saw something still worth preserving. A flame too small to fight with, but bright enough to carry. His journey began not with a fanfare, but in the quiet corridors of a ruined city. He moved through the streets as the dust still settled. He gathered those who would follow, a few warriors, a few elders, women with children clutched to their breasts. And his family, his father, Anchises, old, nearly blind, too weak to walk. His son, Ascanius, a boy not yet grown. And so Aeneas did not ride a chariot. He did not carry gold or treasure. He walked, carrying his father on his shoulders, holding his son's hand, leading a small line of weary souls into the unknown. Behind them, Troy smoldered. Ahead of them, only uncertainty. They moved at night, through narrow valleys where the stars shone cold, through olive groves where the branches whispered, across dried riverbeds, through thickets and briar. Each step away from the city was heavy with memory. Every stone looked familiar. Every hill reminded them of something they had lost. Some fell behind, some turned back, but Aeneas walked on. He was not chasing greatness. He was looking for space to grieve. At times, they found shelter, an abandoned farmstead, a cave near the shore, a grove sacred to the gods. The women lit fires with trembling hands. The children slept wrapped in cloaks. The men stood watch, always moving, always listening. Along the way, they buried the old. Aeneas laid his father's body in the earth far from Troy. It is said he wept not like a prince, but like a son, kneeling, forehead in the dust. Around him, the others stood in silence, their grief too deep for words. There were no priests, no ceremonies, only stones, and hands that trembled as they covered the dead. And still they walked. The wind changed as they reached the sea. Here, their journey shifted. They built crude ships from whatever could be found, fallen trees, driftwood, timbers from ruined villages. The sails were patched cloth, the oars uneven. But they set out, their boats creaking with hope. The ocean is not kind to those who mourn. Storms came. Tempests lifted their vessels and dashed them down again. They landed on strange shores, were turned away from villages that feared them, wandered forests where no birds sang. And yet, each place left a mark. In Thrace, they found the tomb of a friend, murdered by the Greeks. The earth itself wept blood when they tried to uproot a bush, the soul of the dead crying out. In Delos, they paused to offer thanks at an altar, hoping for a sign. The oracle spoke, not in riddles, but in directions. Seek the land of your ancestors. In Crete, they tried to settle, building small homes from stone, planting beans and barley. But the earth trembled, and sickness spread. It was not the place. And so they left again. The sea stretched endlessly before them, dark and wide and empty. But the stars offered quiet guidance. Aeneas, at night, would trace their patterns with his son, teaching him not just navigation, but memory. The stars, he said, are the same that shone over Troy, and one day you will show them to your children. At times, they were welcomed. On small islands, shepherds offered goats milk and bread. In remote villages, old women wept to see survivors of the Great War. They gave them shelter, stories, songs. And then the Trojans would move on, carrying those voices with them like charms. In Sicily, they rested. Here, the people were kind, the land fertile. Aeneas considered staying. The elders planted olive pits. The children built fences from driftwood. For a time, laughter returned. But dreams came too. The gods still spoke, in murmurs, in dreams thick with mist. You must go on, they said. This is not your home. And so again, they set sail, always moving, not toward a place they knew, but toward a place they believed must exist, somewhere in the west, where the land was old and wide, where rivers coiled like silver, where they could begin again. They did not speak of Troy every day, but it lived in their songs. At dusk, The women would sing lullabies in the old tongue. The children repeated the names of the gates, of the towers, of the streets they no longer remembered but somehow still carried. The men carved symbols into it, the sign of the horse, the lion of Troy, the curved moon. Each act was a memory preserved. Aeneas grew older, weathered by sea and sun, his face lined not by age alone, but by sorrow. Yet he did not falter. He held the memory of Troy in his posture, in his quiet leadership, in the way he listened more than he spoke. And when at last they came to Italy, it was not with triumph. They landed on a quiet shore, where reeds whispered and the hills rolled gently into the distance. There was no city, no throne, only a place to begin. It would not be easy. The land was not empty. The people wary. There would be tensions, hardship, labor. But there was also hope. Hope that from ruin, something new might rise. Not a Troy reborn, but something shaped from its memory, a city built not on conquest, but on the strength of those who had carried the past across the sea. The journey of Aeneas was not heroic in the way the epics might suggest. It was not swift, nor glorious. It was the slow unfolding of survival, of memory preserved not in gold or glory, but in daily acts, in walking, in carrying, in teaching, in grieving. And that, too, is a kind of heroism, a quiet one, the kind we often forget to name. But perhaps, in the end, it is the most enduring. And so, as the last embers of Troy's story flicker and fade into the stillness of night, we are left not with the clamor of bronze or the clash of spears, but with silence, a soft, thoughtful silence, the kind that lingers after a tale well told, or at the edge of a dream just beginning. The Trojan War was not only a story of gods and warriors. It was a story of homes and hearths, of promises whispered beneath olive trees, of the lives lived quietly behind city walls. For every name remembered in marble, 100 more were whispered only in sleep, in lullabies sung to restless children, in prayers lit by a single lamp, in the hands that rebuilt what war once undid. In the end, it is not the war that remains. It is memory. Aeneas walking west beneath unfamiliar stars. Andromache lighting a lamp in a foreign land. The women of Troy remembering their city not in ruins, but in recipes, in songs, in silence. And now, dear listener, as the night deepens around you, perhaps you, too, carry a part of that ancient memory. A flicker of candlelight on old stone. The sound of waves washing against forgotten shores. The hush of voices long gone, still echoing, faint but steady. Thank you for wandering with me through this quiet past. May your dreams be gentle. May your night be long. And may the stories keep you company until the morning comes. Good night.